Okay, let's see. Good? Yeah. Alright, so we're reading. Let's see, kind of big. You got a table of contents for this thing? No. So we're reading At the Nexus of Cybersecurity and Public Policy Basic Concepts and Issues by the National Research Council. I think this is like 2014 or something. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna read this whole thing in one sitting. Okay, summary. Nations are increasingly dependent. Let's see, do I have my. Yeah, okay, I do. Nations are increasingly dependent on information and information technology. Companies rely on computers for diverse business processes ranging from payroll and accounting to the tracking of inventory and sales to support for research and development. Distribution of food, water, and energy is dependent on computers networks at every stage, as is delivery of transportation, healthcare, and financial services. Modern military forces use weapons that are computer controlled. Even more important, the movements and actions of military forces are increasingly coordinated through computer-based networks that allow information and common pictures of the battlefield to be shared. Logistics are entirely dependent on computer-based scheduling and optimization. In light of this dependence on information technology, cybersecurity is increasingly important to the nation, and cyberspace is vulnerable to a broad spectrum of hackers, criminals, terrorists, and state actors. Working in cyberspace, these malevolent actors can steal money, intellectual property, or classified information, snoop on private conversations, impersonate law-abiding parties for their own purposes, harass or bully innocent people anonymously, damage important data, destroy or disrupt the operation of physical machinery controlled by computers, or deny the availability of normally accessible services. A number of factors, such as September 11, 2001 attacks and higher levels of cyber espionage directed at private companies and government agencies in the United States, have deepened concerns about the vulnerability of the information technology on which the nation relies. For example, policymakers have become increasingly concerned that adversaries backed by I don't do a good job of reading, to be honest. For example, policymakers have become increasingly concerned that adversaries backed by considerable resources will attempt to exploit the cyber vulnerabilities in the critical infrastructure, thereby inflicting substantial harm on the nation. Numerous policy proposals have been advanced, and a number of bills have been introduced to Congress to tackle parts of the cybersecurity challenge. Should we highlight this? Let's see. We'll just keep going. It is to help decision makers and the interested public make informed choices that this report was assembled. The report is fundamentally a primer on issues at the nexus of public policy and cybersecurity that leverages insights developed and work by the National Research Council's Computer Science and Telecommunications Board over more than 2 decades on practical measures for cybersecurity, technical and non-technical challenges, and potential policy responses. This report defines cyberspace broadly as the artifacts based on or dependent on computing and communications technology. I'm going to highlight that as a vocab word. Let's see. Red, should red be? I like to highlight key definitions. Should I? What else should I do for this? Let's see. Pull up some of these. Where are they? Here. Should I change that to definitions? Yellow, standard. What is green? Pink is going to be thesis. Blue is going to be support. Red, definitions. What the heck is going on with these tabs, bro? You see that? Yellow's gonna be general. The green has to be something. I don't know what green is gonna be. There's no X on this. Escape. Cyberspace broadly is the artifacts based on. What else can I do? Nothing. Okay. Can I remove the name? I don't care about the name on here. Callouts. I don't understand. Oh, I see. I don't know if I care too much for doing notes in Obsidian on PDFs. I kind of just like it better in the actual PDF. But maybe it'll be better for Obsidian. I am kind of liking the idea of taking, because you can expand much more on this stuff. But so far I don't see a need for it. I'm mostly just kind of highlighting key points, key annotations. I don't need much deeper notes than that unless I'm writing like a big paper, which I might be, but I don't know. Here, annotations. Maybe not page layout. There's a lot of settings in here, man. This is crazy. Whatever. So define cyberspace broadly as the artifacts based on or dependent on computing and communications technology. The information that these artifacts use, store, handle, or process. Oh, it's okay. I need to extend this. Edit. Not even. Let me just. I gotta redo this. Okay, so it defines broad cyberspace as the artifacts based on or dependent on computing and communications technology, the information that these artifacts use, store, handle, or process, and how these various elements are connected. Security in cyberspace, i.e., cybersecurity, is about technologies, processes, and policies that help to prevent or reduce the negative impacts of events in cyberspace that can happen as the result of deliberate actions against information technology by a hostile or malevolent actor. Should I highlight this as well? The whole thing is red. Cybersecurity issues arise because of three factors taken together: presence of malevolent actors in cyberspace, societal reliance on IT for many important functions, and the inevitable presence of vulnerabilities in IT systems that malevolent actors can take advantage of. General highlight. Or not. Despite these factors, however, we still expect information technologies to do what they are supposed to do, and only when they are supposed to do it, and to never do things they are not supposed to do. Fulfilling this expectation is the purpose of cybersecurity. Against this backdrop, it appears that cybersecurity is a never-ending battle, and a permanently decisive solution to the problem will not be found in the foreseeable future. Cybersecurity problems will result from the complexity of modern IT systems and human fallibility in making judgments about what actions and information are safe or unsafe from a cybersecurity perspective. Furthermore, threats to cybersecurity evolve, and adversaries, especially at the high-end part of the threat spectrum, constantly adopt new tools and techniques to compromise security when defenses are erected to frustrate them. As information technology becomes more ubiquitously integrated into society, the incentives to compromise the security of deployed IT systems grow, thus enhancing the cybersecurity posture of a system, and by extension, the organization in which it is embedded must be understood as an ongoing process rather than something that can be done once and then forgotten. Ultimately, the relevant policy question is not how the cybersecurity problem can be solved, but rather how it can be made manageable. Societal problems related to the existence of war, terrorism, crime, hunger, drug abuse, and so on are rarely solved or taken off the policy agenda once and for all. The salience of such problems waxes and wanes depending on circumstances, and no one expects such problems to be solved so decisively that they will never reappear, and the same is true for cybersecurity. At the same time, improvements to the cybersecurity posture of individuals, firms, government agencies, and the nation have considerable value in reducing the loss and damage that may be associated with cybersecurity breaches. Cybersecurity is a never-ending battle. It's an important point here. A well-defended target is less attractive to many malevolent actors than are poorly defended targets. In addition, defensive measures force a malevolent actor to expend time and resources to adapt, thus making intrusion attempts slower and more costly, and possibly helping to deter future intrusions. Improvements to cybersecurity call for two distinct kinds of activity: efforts to more effectively and more widely use what is known about improving cybersecurity, and efforts to develop new knowledge about cybersecurity. The gap in security between the U.S. national cybersecurity posture and the threat has two parts. The first part of the gap is the difference between what our cybersecurity posture is and what it could be if known best. If known best cybersecurity practices and technologies were widely deployed and used. There's going to be a lot of highlighting on this part here. First part is the difference between our cybersecurity posture and what it could be if known best cybersecurity practices and technologies were widely deployed and used. I don't like highlighting this much, man. These are kind of important points. I want to be. This is a 150-page document, so it's like you're gonna have to. Second part is the gap between the strongest posture possible with known practices and technologies and the threat as it exists and will exist. So part one is the gap between cybersecurity posture, what it could be if utilizing the best cybersecurity practices. Second part is the gap with the strongest posture possible with known practices and the technologies and threat as it exists. Why is this? Part 1 gap is primarily non-technical in nature, requiring, for example, research relating to economic or psychological factors regarding the use of known practices and techniques, enhanced educational efforts to promote security, responsible user behavior, and incentives to build organizational cultures with high degrees of security awareness. Closing the Part 1 gap does not require new technical knowledge of cybersecurity per se, but rather the application of existing technical knowledge. Research will be needed to understand how better to promote deployment and use of such technology. Closing the Part 2 gap is where new technologies and approaches are needed and is the fundamental rationale for technical research in cybersecurity. Publicly available information and policy actions to date have been insufficient to motivate an adequate sense of urgency and ownership of cybersecurity problems afflicting the United States as a nation. For a number of years, the cybersecurity issue has received increasing public attention. A greater amount of authoritative information regarding cybersecurity threats is available publicly, but all too many decision makers still focus on the short-term costs of improving their organizational cybersecurity postures, and little has been done to harness market forces to address matters related to the cybersecurity posture of the nation as a whole. If the nation's cybersecurity posture is to be improved to a level that is higher than the level to which today's market will drive it, the market calculus that motivates organizations to pay attention to cybersecurity must be altered in some fashion. Cybersecurity is important to the nation, but the United States has other interests as well, some of which conflict with the imperatives of cybersecurity. Trade-offs are inevitable and will have to be accepted through the nation's political and policy-making practices. I'm going to highlight these bold points because those are clear points that the authors want us to take away here. Senior policymakers have many issues on their agenda, and they must set priorities for the issues that warrant their attention. In an environment of many competing priorities, reactive policymaking is often the outcome. Support for efforts to prevent a disaster has not yet occurred. It's typically less than support for efforts to respond to a disaster that has already occurred. In cybersecurity, this tendency is reflected in the notion that no or few attempts have yet been made to compromise the cybersecurity of application X, and why would anyone want to do so anyway? Thus justifying why immediate attention and action to improve cybersecurity posture of application X can be deferred or studied further. Progress in cybersecurity policy has also stalled, at least in part, because of conflicting equities. As a nation, we want better cybersecurity, yes, but we also want a private sector that innovates rapidly, and the convenience of not having to worry about cybersecurity, and the ability for applications to interoperate easily and quickly with one another, and the right to no diminution in our civil liberties, and so on. Although research and deeper thought may reveal that, in some cases, trade-offs between security and these other equities are not as stark as they might appear at first glance, policymakers will have to confront rather than elide tensions when they are irreconcilable. And honest acknowledgement and discussion of the trade-offs, e.g. a better cybersecurity posture may reduce the nation's innovative capability, may increase the inconvenience of using information technology, may reduce the ability to collect intelligence, will go a long way toward building public support for a given policy position. The use of offensive operations in cyberspace as an instrument to advance U.S. interests raises many important technical, legal, and policy questions that have yet to be aired publicly by the U.S. government. Some of these questions involve topics such as U.S. offensive capabilities in cyberspace, rules of engagement, doctrine for the use of offensive capabilities, organizational responsibilities within the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, and a host of other topics related to offensive operations. It is likely that behind the veil of classification, these topics have been discussed at length. The resulting opacity has many undesirable consequences, but one of the most important consequences is that the role offensive capabilities could play in defending important information technology assets of the United States cannot be discussed fully. What is sensitive about offensive U.S. capabilities in cyberspace is generally the fact that U.S. interest in a specific technology for cyber attack rather than the nature of that technology itself. Fragile and sensitive operational details that are not specific to the technologies themselves, e.g. the existence of a covert operative in a specific foreign country, a particular vulnerability, a particular operational program, or U.S. knowledge of the capabilities and intentions of specific adversaries. Such information is legitimately classified, but is not particularly relevant for a discussion about what U.S. policy should be. That is, unclassified information provides a general, reasonable basis for understanding what can be done and for policy discussions that focus primarily on what should be done. In summary, cybersecurity is a complex subject whose understanding requires knowledge and expertise from multiple disciplines, including but not limited to computer science, information technology, psychology, economics, organizational behavior, political science, engineering, sociology, decision sciences, international relations, and law. Although technical measures are an important element, cybersecurity is not primarily a technical matter, although it is easy for policy analysts and others to get lost in the technical details. Furthermore, what is known about cybersecurity is often compartmented along disciplinary lines, reducing the insights available from cross-fertilization. This report emphasizes two central ideas. The cybersecurity problem will never be solved once and for all. Solutions to the problem, limited in scope and longevity. Solutions to the problem, limited in scope and longevity though they may be, are at least as much non-technical as technical in nature. Well, these are not the thesis. Okay, so maybe yellow. Let's zoom out a little bit and look at this. I suppose these are all like the main points here. Maybe all these should be purple. Here I'll do green. Ah, come on, man. Oh, there's a right here. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do green. And I'll say, I'll call this out as the purpose. Some definitions here. So here's kind of the first kind of claim. I could say thesis or claim for these. Claim 1. Claim 2, improvement of cybersecurity posture by individuals have considerable value in reducing the loss and damage that may be associated with cybersecurity breaches. So the gap, improvements to cybersecurity call for two distinct kinds of activity: efforts to more effectively use what's already kind of known about it, and efforts to develop new knowledge. And that creates a gap here. That's this is kind of all kind of important here, but. I don't know, Paul. That just how did that? I'm still messing up. Oops. Look. Okay. Yellow. What the? Whatever. Doesn't want to highlight that. Publicly available info and policy actions to date have been insufficient to motivate adequate sense of urgency and ownership for cybersecurity in the U.S. Cybersecurity is important to the nation, but the United States has other interests as well, which conflict with the imperatives of cybersecurity. Trade-offs are inevitable and will have to be accepted through the nation's political and policy-making processes. Okay. Use of offensive operations in cyberspace as an instrument to advance U.S. interests raises many important technical, legal, and policy questions that have yet to be aired publicly by the U.S. government. Okay. So that's the summary. Why care about cybersecurity? On the meaning and importance of cyberspace and cybersecurity. Most people in modern society encounter computing and communications technologies all day, every day. Hold on, wait. On the meaning of cybersecurity and importance, okay. That's just this first section, okay. Offices and stores and factories and street vendors and taxis are filled with computers, even if the computers are not openly visible. People type at the keyboard of computers or tablets and use their smartphones daily. People's personal lives involve computing through social networking, home management, communication with family and friends, and management of personal affairs. The operation of medical devices implanted in human bodies is controlled by embedded microprocessors. A much larger collection of information technology is instrumental in the day-to-day operations of companies, organizations, and government. Companies large and small rely on computers for diverse business processing ranging from payroll and accounting to the tracking of inventory and sales to support for research and development. The distribution of food and energy from producer to retail consumer depends on computers and networks at every stage. Nearly everyone in everyday society, business, government, and the military services relies on wireless and wired digital communication systems. IT is used to execute the principal business processes in government and in many of the largest sectors of the economy, including financial services, healthcare, utilities, transportation, and retail and management services. Indeed, the architecture of today's enterprise IT systems is the very embodiment of the critical business logic in complex enterprises. Today, it is impossible to imagine the Walmarts, the FedExes, the Amazons, and even the traditional industries such as manufacturing without IT. Today, and increasingly in the future, computing and communications technologies, collectively information technologies, are found and will be more likely to be found in places where they are essentially invisible to everyday view. In cars, wallets, clothing, refrigerators, keys, cabinets, watches, doorbells, medicine bottles, walls, paint, structural beams, roads, dishwashers, identification cards, telephones, and medical devices, including some embedded in human beings. These devices will be connected, the so-called Internet of Things. Computing will be embedded in a myriad of places and objects. Even today, computing devices are easily transported in pockets or on wrists. Computing devices will be coupled to multiple sensors and actuators. Computing and communications will be seamless, enabling the tight integration of personal, family, and business systems. Sensors, effectors, and computing will be networked together so that they will pass relevant information to one another automatically. In this emerging era of truly pervasive computing, the ubiquitous integration of computing and communications technologies into common everyday objects enhances their usefulness and makes life easier and more convenient. Understanding context, personal information appliances will make appropriate information available on demand, enabling users to be more productive in both their personal and their professional lives. And as has been true with previous generations of IT, interconnections among all of these now smart objects and appliances will multiply their usefulness many times over. It is in the context of this technology-rich environment that the term cyberspace often arises. Although cyberspace does not have a single agreed-upon definition, some things can be said about how the term is used in this report. First, cyberspace is not a physical place, although many elements of cyberspace are indeed physical, do have volume and mass, and are located at points in physical space that can be specified in 3 spatial dimensions. Second, cyberspace includes, but is not limited to, the internet. Cyberspace also includes computers, some of which are attached to the internet and some not, and networks, some of which may be part of the internet and some not. Third, cyberspace includes many intangibles, such as information and software, and how different elements of cyberspace are connected together. I guess this is kind of more definitional in nature, so I'm going to put that in red. So now they give me the definition. So a rough definition might be that cyberspace consists of artifacts based on or dependent on computing and communications technologies. The information that these artifacts use, store, handle, or process, and the interconnections among these various elements. That's what they claimed before earlier. But the reader should keep in mind that this is a rough and approximate definition and not a precise one. Maybe I won't do that. Well, yeah, I'll do that because that explains a little bit more about the definition. Given our dependence on cyberspace, we want and need our information technologies to do what they are supposed to do, and only when they're supposed to do it. We also want these technologies to not do things they're not supposed to do, and we want those things to be true in the face of deliberate, hostile, or antisocial actions. Cybersecurity issues arise because of 3 factors taken together. First, we live in a world in which There are parties that will act in deliberately hostile or antisocial ways, parties that would do us harm or separate us from our money or violate our privacy or steal our ideas. Second, we rely on IT for a large and growing number of societal functions. Third, IT systems, no matter how well constructed, and many are not as well constructed as the state of the art would allow, inevitably have vulnerabilities that the bad guys can take advantage of. Thus, a loosely stated definition of cybersecurity is the following. Security in cyberspace is about technologies, processes, and policies that help to prevent and or reduce the negative impacts of events in cyberspace that can happen as the result of deliberate actions against information technology by a hostile or malevolent actor. To go beyond this loosely stated definition of cybersecurity, it is necessary to elaborate on the meaning of impact, on what makes impact negative, and on what makes an actor hostile or malevolent. By definition, an action that changes the functionality of a given information artifact, software or hardware, has impact. Chapter 3 discusses different kinds of impact that are related to cybersecurity, but any given impact can be positive or negative, and any actor can be virtuous or malevolent, depending on the perspective of the parties involved. That is, who is a perpetrator and who is a target. In many cases with which readers of this report are likely to be concerned, the meaning of these reports are both reasonably clear and shared. For example, with respect to the information technology on which law-abiding U.S. citizens and organizational entities rely, what makes an impact negative is that their information technology no longer works as these parties expect it to work. By contrast, if criminals and terrorists are relying on such technologies, as it is the U.S. government that takes actions to render these technologies inoperative, the impact would usually be seen as positive. Similarly, many repressive regimes put into place various mechanisms in cyberspace to monitor communications of dissidents. These regimes may regard as malevolent actors those who help dissidents breach the security of these mechanisms and circumvent government monitoring, but others may well regard such parties as virtuous rather than malevolent actors. Compromising the cybersecurity of the internet-based mechanism for conducting surveillance, such as parties. What am I saying? Sorry, I'm trying to mess with the headset, but I got it set now. Compromising the cybersecurity of an internet-based mechanism for conducting surveillance against such parties has a negative impact from the standpoint of these regimes, but a positive impact for those seeking to open up these regimes. There are also cases of concern to readers of this report in which the meanings of negative and malevolent may not be shared. Consider the debate over internet surveillance by the National Security Agency, sparked by the revelations of Edward Snowden starting in June 2013. According to news stories on these documents in the Washington Post and The Guardian, NSA has engaged in a broad program of electronic surveillance for counterterrorism purposes. Some of the reactions to these revelations have characterized the NSA's actions as having a significant negative impact on the security of the internet. Others have defended the actions of the NSA as a vital element in U.S. counterterrorism efforts. Last, the above definition does not limit cybersecurity to technology. Indeed, one of the most important lessons to emerge from cybersecurity experience accumulated over several decades is that non-technological factors can have an impact on cybersecurity that is at least as great as technology's impact. A full consideration of cybersecurity necessarily entails significant attention to process, how users of information technology actually use it, and policy, how the organizations of which users are a part ask, incentivize, or require their users to behave. 1.2 Cybersecurity and public policy concerns. Cybersecurity has been an issue of public policy significance for a number of decades. For example, in 1991, the National Research Council wrote in Computers at Risk, "We are at risk. Increasingly, America depends on computers. They control power delivery, communications, aviation, and financial services. They are used to store vital information from medical records to business plans to criminal records. Although we trust them, they are vulnerable to the effects of poor design and insufficient quality control, to accident, and perhaps most alarmingly, to deliberate attack. The modern thief can steal more with a computer than with a gun. Tomorrow's terrorist may be able to do more damage with a keyboard than with a bomb. What is worrisome from a public policy perspective is that the words above, with only a few modifications, could just as easily have been written today. Today, cybersecurity is still a major issue. Indeed, its significance has grown as our reliance on IT has increased. Table 1.1 illustrates some of the security consequences of the changes in the information technology environment in the past 20 years. The IT on which we rely is, for the most part, created, owned, and operated by the private sector, which means that improving the cybersecurity posture of the nation will require action by relevant elements of the private sector. Nonetheless, many parties believe that the government has an important role in helping to address cybersecurity problems, in much the same way that the government has many responsibilities for national security, law enforcement, and other problems of societal scale. Table 1.1 Potential security consequences of more than 2 decades worth of change in information technology. So the change since 1990, and then potential security consequences. Illustrative and not comprehensive. Microprocessors, storage devices, communications links, and so on, the raw hardware underlying IT, demonstrate performance that is several orders of magnitude more capable than their counterparts of 20 years ago. Potential security consequence is that more integration of IT into the functions of daily life means more opportunities for malevolent actors to compromise those functions. Devices for computing have shifted toward, or at least expanded to include, mobile computing, tablets, pads, smartphones, smartwatches, and so on. Desktop and laptop computers are still important to many end users, especially in business environments, but mobile devices are ubiquitous today. Accompanying this change are new business models for providing software to end users. Vendor-controlled or vendor-operated app stores are now common. Many corporate employees use their personally owned computing devices for business purposes. Potential security consequences include new security approaches are needed to secure battery-operated devices with relatively little computational power. App stores can provide greater assurance about the security of installed software, and enterprises cannot exercise total control over computing resources used on their behalf. Another change here. Cybersecurity systems are physical systems that are controlled at least in part by IT. Physical devices with embedded computing accept data from the physical world through sensors such as cameras or thermometers, and or cause changes in the physical world through actuators such as a motor that causes something to move or a heater that heats a fluid. Such systems are everywhere, in manufacturing assembly lines, chemical production plants, power generation and transmission facilities, automobiles, airplanes, buildings, heating and cooling facilities, and so on, because IT helps to optimize the use and operation of these systems. Potential security consequence: IT-based control of cyber-physical systems means that cybersecurity compromises can affect physical systems that may cause death, destruction, or physical damage. Another change: cloud computing has become increasingly popular as a way for businesses and individuals to increase the efficiency of their IT operations. By centralizing management and IT infrastructure, cloud computing promises to reduce the cost of computing and increase its accessibility to a geographically dispersed user base. The potentials of the consequence: concentration of computing resources for many parties potentially offers a big fat target for malevolent actors. Cloud computing infrastructure may also provide malevolent actors a platform from which to launch their attack. Greater centralization, however, enables providers of computing services to exercise tighter control over security by highly experienced and more expert security knowledgeable administrators. Another change: the number of internet users has grown by at least 2 orders of magnitude in the past 2 decades, and hundreds of millions of new users, perhaps as many as a billion. will begin to use the internet as large parts of Africa, South America, and Asia come online in the next decade. Cyber-physical devices will become increasingly connected to the Internet of Things on the theory that network connections between these devices will enable them to operate more effectively and efficiently. Consequences or cybersecurity risks. Inexperienced users are more untutored in the need for security and are thus more vulnerable. A larger user base means a larger number of potential malevolent actors. Another change, the rise of social networking and computing, as exemplified by applications such as Facebook and Twitter, is based on the ability of IT to bring large numbers of people into contact with one another. Connectivity among friends and contacts offers opportunities for malevolent actors to improperly take advantage of trust relationships. Continuing, why care about cybersecurity? Public policy concerns about the effects of inadequate security are often lumped into a number of categories. Cybercrime. Cybercrime can be broadly characterized as the use of the internet and IT to steal valuable assets, e.g., money, from their rightful owners, or otherwise to take actions that would be regarded as criminal if these actions were taken in person. And a breach of security is usually an important element of the crime. I forgot to start this. Of course I did. Criminal activity using cyber means includes cyber fraud and theft of services, e.g., stealing credit card numbers. Also including so it includes cyber fraud and theft of services, and cyber harassment and bullying, e.g., taking advantage of online anonymity to threaten a victim, and cyber vandalism, e.g., defacing a website, and penetration or circumvention of cybersecurity mechanisms intended to protect the privacy of communications or stored information, e.g., tapping a phone call without legal authorization, and impersonation or identity theft, e.g., stealing login names and passwords to forge email or to improperly manipulate bank accounts. Loss of privacy and theft of intellectual property are also crimes, at least sometimes, but generally occupy their own categories of concern. Note also that in addition to the direct financial effects of cybercrime, measures taken to enhance cybersecurity consume resources that could be better used to build improved product or services to create new knowledge. And in some cases, concerns about cybersecurity have been known to inhibit the use of IT for some particular application, thus leading to self-denial of the benefits such an application might bring. I'm just going to highlight these points here. Loss of privacy. I wonder how, can you even read this? How can I view? What does this look like? Let's say I have it here. You can kind of see. So more public policy concerns. Loss of privacy. Losses of privacy can result from the actions of others or of the individual concerned. Large-scale data breaches occur from time to time for reasons including loss of laptops containing sensitive data and system penetrations by sophisticated intruders. Intruders have used the sound and video capabilities of home computers for blackmail and extortion. In other cases, individuals post information in their IT-based social networks without understanding the privacy implication of doing so, and are later surprised when such information is accessible to parties that they have not explicitly authorized for such access. Individuals are concerned about the privacy of their data and communications, and a variety of U.S. laws guard against improper disclosure of such information. Activism. Activism is often defined as non-governmental efforts to promote, block, or protest social or political change. Compromises in cybersecurity have been used in some activist efforts in cyberspace, wherein activists may compromise the cybersecurity of an installation in an effort to make a political statement or to call attention to a cause, for example, by improperly obtaining classified documents for subsequent release or by defacing a public-facing website. Activism may also be an expression of patriotism, e.g., defacement by citizens of Nation A of websites belonging to adversaries of Nation A. Misappropriation of intellectual property, such as proprietary software, R&D work, blueprints, trade secrets, and other product information. Concern over theft of intellectual property is especially pronounced when the targeted firms are part of the defense industrial base and supply key goods and services vital to national security. Although misappropriation of trade secrets is prohibited under international trade law, many countries in the world conduct activities aimed at collecting information that might be economically useful to their domestic companies. Private companies also have incentives to undertake these latter activities, although in many cases, some of such activities are forbidden by domestic laws. Espionage. Espionage refers to one nation's attempts to gather intelligence on other nations, where intelligence information includes information related to national security and foreign affairs. Cyber espionage refers to national-level entities conducting espionage activities using cyber means to obtain important intelligence and information relevant to national security, such as classified documents. As a general rule, one nation's collection of intelligence information about another nation is not prohibited under international law. Denials or disruption of service. When services are not available when needed, the elements of society that rely on those services are not inconvenienced and may be harmed. Denials of service per se do not necessarily entail actual damage to the facilities providing the service. For example, an attacker might flood the telephone network with calls, making it impossible to place one, but as soon as the attacker stops, it again becomes possible to make a call. Denial of services is described further in Chapter 3. Destruction of damage to physical property. Such concerns fall into three general categories: individual cyber-physical systems, such as automobiles, airliners, and medical devices. Increasingly, computers control the operation of such systems and communications links, either wired or wireless, connect them to other computational devices. Thus, a malevolent actor might be able to improperly assume control of individual cyber-physical systems or to obtain information, e.g., medical information, that should be private. Critical infrastructure, which includes multiple facilities for electric power generation and transmission, telecommunications, banking and finance, transportation, oil and gas production and storage, and water supply. Although failures in individual facilities might be expected from time to time, near simultaneous failure of multiple facilities might have catastrophic results, such as extensive loss of life, long-lasting disruption of the services that these facilities provide, or significant property damage and economic loss. Policymakers have become increasingly concerned about cyber threats to critical infrastructure emanating from both nations and terrorist groups. Public confidence. Modern economies depend in large measure depend in large measure on public confidence in the institutions and services that support everyday activities. Under some circumstances, it is possible that even localized damage to some critical part of infrastructure or even symbols of the nation, such as important monuments, could have a massive effect on the public confidence, and thus certain types of attack would not cause extensive actual damage, must be considered to have some catastrophic potential as well. As far as known to public as far as is known publicly, actual destruction of or damage to physical property to date has been a relatively rare occurrence, although there have been many incidents in the other categories outlined above. Threats to national security and cyber war. U.S. armed forces depend heavily on IT for virtually every aspect of their capabilities: weapon systems, systems for command and control, communications and intelligence, systems for managing logistics, and systems for administration. Given that dependence, potential adversaries are developing ways to threaten the IT underlying U.S. military power. In addition, other nations are also using IT in the same way that the United States is using it, for both military and civilian purposes, suggesting that the United States could itself seek opportunities to advance its national interests by going on the offensive in cyberspace. Concerns about the areas described above have made cybersecurity a hot topic that has garnered substantial public and government attention in international circles too, such as United Nations and NATO, as well as in bilateral relationships with parties such as China and the European Union. Cybersecurity is moving higher on the agenda. But as important as cybersecurity is to the nation, progress in public policy to improve the nation's cybersecurity posture has not been as rapid as might have been expected. One reason, perhaps the most important reason, is that cybersecurity is only one of a number of significant public policy issues, and measures taken to improve cybersecurity potentially have negative effects in these other areas. Pink. Support. Oops. What is this? Oh. Some of the most important conflicts arise. Man. You see, I don't like how it does that, so I gotta do it separately then. Do this. And then this. Some of the most important conflicts arise with respect to economics. The costs of action to improve cybersecurity beyond an individual organization's immediate needs are high and not obviously necessary, and the costs of inaction are not borne by the relevant decision makers. Decision makers discount future possibilities so much that they do not see the need for present-day action. Also, cybersecurity is increasingly regarded as a part of risk management, an important part in many cases, but nonetheless only a part. And this reality is reflected in policy debates as well, with all of the competing demands for a share of government budget and the attention from senior policymakers. Policy progress in cybersecurity has been slower than many have desired. Innovation. The private sector is constantly trying to bring forward new applications and technology that improve on old ways of performing certain functions and offer useful new functions. But attention to security can slow bringing new products and services to market. with the result that new technologies and applications are often offered for general use without the benefit of a review for effective security. The public policy question is how to manage the trade off between the pace of innovation and a more robust security posture. Civil liberties. Some measures proposed to improve cybersecurity for the nation potentially infringe on civil liberties such as privacy, anonymity, due process, feature of freedom of association, free speech, and due process. Wait, I did due process twice. I caught them. Advocates of such measures either argue that their favored measures do not infringe on civil liberties or assert that the infringements are small and relatively insignificant. In some cases, potential infringements arise because changes in information technology have gone beyond the technology-based extent when important legal precedents were established. For example, in a 1979 Supreme Court case, Smith v. Maryland, held that metadata on phone calls, i.e. the phone numbers involved and the duration and time of the call, was less worthy of privacy protection than was content information, that is, what the parties to a phone call actually say to each other. But the concept of metadata has come to mean data associated with a communication that is not communications content. And given the way modern electronic communications operate, the relevance of the 1979 precedent has been challenged as many analysts assert that metadata is more revealing than content information. International relations and national security. Because of the worldwide internet and global supply chain in which important elements of information technology are created, manufactured, and sold around the world, cyberspace does not have physical national borders, but the world is organized around nation states and national governments, and every physical artifact of information technology is located somewhere. Consequently, one might expect cyberspace-related tensions to rise between nations exercising sovereignty over their national affairs and interacting with other nations, that is, in their international relations. One second. Uh, 1.3 organization of this report. Chapter 2 presents some fundamental concepts. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't have the table of contents. Okay. Let's just do a quick review. Why I care about cybersecurity. I feel like I don't need to highlight these things. Maybe. I think all this should just be yellow. What? Some of the most important conflicts arise with respect to economics, innovation, civil liberties, international relations, and national security. Organization of this report. Chapter 2 presents some fundamental concepts in information technology that are necessary for understanding cybersecurity. Chapter 3 explores kinds of cybersecurity threats and actors and explains what it means to compromise cybersecurity. Chapter 4 describes a variety of methods for strengthening and enhancing cybersecurity. Chapter 5 is devoted to a further discussion of key public policy issues relating to cybersecurity. Chapter 6 provides a number of takeaway findings. Chapter 2. Some basics of computing and communications technology and their significance for cybersecurity. 2.1 Computing technology. The computers at the heart of information technology are generally stored program computers. A program is the way an algorithm is represented in a form understandable by a computer. An algorithm is a particular method devised to solve a particular problem or a class of problems. Computers do what the program tells them to do given particular input data, and if a computer exhibits a particular capability, it is because someone figured out how to break the task into a sequence of basic steps, that is, how to program it. A program is implemented as a sequence of instructions to the computer. Each instruction directs the computer to take some action, such as adding 2 numbers or activating a device connected to it. Instructions are stored in the memory of the computer, as are the data on which these instructions operate. A particular important instruction is conditional. Let's call X a state. Let's call X a statement about some particular data that is either true or false. Then if X is true, the computer does something, call it A. If X is not true, the computer does something else, call it B. In this way, the sequence of instructions carried out by the computer will differ depending on the exact values of the data provided to the computer. Furthermore, the number of possible sequences of instruction execution grows very rapidly with the number of decisions. A program with only 10 yes or no decisions can have more than 1,000 possible paths, and one with 20 such decisions can have more than 1 million. A second key point about computing is that information processed by computers and communication systems is represented as sequences of bits, i.e. binary digits. Such a representation is a uniform way for computers and communication systems to store and transmit all information. In principle, information can be synthesized without an original source per se, simply by creating the bits, and then can be used to produce everything from photorealistic images to an animation to forged email. Digital encoding can represent many kinds of information with which human beings interact, such as text, sound, images, and video/movies. As bit sequences, information can be found in 2 forms: information at rest, that is, stored as a file on a device such as hard disk or memory card, and information in transit through a cable or over a wireless link from one location to another. Why do these aspects of computing technology matter for security? The fact that a program may execute different instructions in sequence depending on the data means that the computer programmer must anticipate what the program should do for all possible data inputs. This mental task is of course more difficult when the number of possible different data inputs is large, and many security flaws occur because a programmer has failed to properly anticipate some particular set of data, e.g. the program processes only numeric input and fails to account for the possibility that a user might input a letter. Let's go back, and I don't want to miss some highlights here, so I feel like this is a good highlight here. This is a point here. But what are they saying about such as bit sequences, information can be found in 2 forms: information at rest, okay, and in transit. Okay, so why do these aspects of computing technology matter for security? I think this, I'm gonna, yeah, that question, I'm gonna pause at that question. I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm gonna go eat, not get something, I'm gonna go eat something. I already have food, I'm just gonna go eat. So I'm gonna go eat right now. I'm gonna do a pause and I'll come back and resume. Let's see. Where are we at? 35? We got a lot to go. A lot to go. Let's see, 35. Goes about to 140. Wow. So we got like 100 pages. A little bit more than 100 pages. That's crazy. Alright. We gotta do it. Let's see. Almost 6:30. Oh, I think we can do it. I think we can do it. We just gotta go. It'll be a grind. Alright, quick pause. We'll do breaks according to my ultradian cycle timer. Which I guess we're kind of breaking this apart, but that's fine. That's fine. 7:13. Okay. Man, am I gonna be able to finish this in a reasonable time? I don't know. I don't think so. All right, let's resume. Why do these aspects of computing technology matter for security? The fact that a program may execute different instructions in sequence depending on the data means that the programmer must anticipate what the program should do. 5-minute break. Looks like I'm not gonna be able to finish this. Yeah, I didn't really think so. I thought this would take a while. But, I made good progress. This is actually really good progress. If I replicate this tomorrow, I can finish. And that'll be a huge win. That'll be a huge win if I can finish this tomorrow. That would be huge, because everything else is doable in a day, I think. So far that I've looked at. Well, at least the next few ones. This one was the first, like, really long one. I guess this is a whole book, but... Alright, that's it for now.